Almighty God, who in thy infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and councils for the welfare of our society and the just government of man, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in thy presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote thy honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church, all which we ask in the name and for the sake of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Good morning. Just a short announcement. As I indicated yesterday, while investigating the details of statement made by the member for Roseau North. So we are working on this to get the details, and then we'll proceed with some decisions based on the information. Also, I want members again to be guided by the rules of this Honorable House. The standing order clearly indicates that the Speaker is the sole judge in this Honorable House. I will, as usual, do my best to ensure that the rules are upheld, and to the best of my ability to ensure that members are allowed the opportunity to debate free and in a fair way where they are not being disturbed. Again, that's a standing order which clearly indicates, and I said it, that members should not willfully be distracting other members while the member is on his feet. So I would like us to resume debate. So debate resumes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it brings me so much joy to stand in this honorable House in total support of the 2020-2021 budget estimates as presented by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, this year's budget comes on the heels of a very challenging time worldwide. All evidence would suggest that there will be a global economic shutdown during 2020 and even in the medium term. We have seen a number of countries cut salaries. We have seen millions of persons losing their jobs. We have seen countries grapple with the tightening of their fiscal space. We have seen the quality of lives of so many persons significantly deteriorate, Mr. Speaker. And even while we battle in these challenging times, this government remains committed to the delivery of services and are able to present a budget that not only supports the provision of public goods, but also our productive sectors, our vulnerable, our youth, the private sector, and also non-traditional sectors. Mr. Speaker, the theme of this year's budget shows exactly where we are heading: the road to dynamic Dominica, fostering economic resilience. This budget, without a shadow of a doubt, presents a roadmap for achieving long-term economic resilience. Mr. Speaker, given the impacts on living standards brought about by the pandemic, it became critical to ensure that livelihoods are stabilized. This government has done just that. And this budget is just a continuation of that process. And bear in mind, we have done this while not defaulting on any of our debt, not having to send any public officers home, and not cutting salaries like some of our regional governments have done. And that, Mr. Speaker, is very commendable. Mr. Speaker, I took some time to read the budget presented by the Honorable Prime Minister very carefully. And I must say that any rational thinking citizen in this country will be very impressed with the contents of that presentation. What strikes me the most, Mr. Speaker, is that this presentation placed great emphasis on the empowerment of our young people. A number of initiatives will come on stream in this financial year which will empower our citizens and adequately prepare them to take on greater roles in our country's development, while at the same time developing them as individuals. So we are not just seeing allocations for housing, health, public works, and agriculture, but this budget also seeks to maximize our full potential in other areas such as the blue and green economy, the digital economy, entrepreneurship, innovation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budget has something for everyone at every level. And our preoccupation in this budget and budgets to come is to create opportunities for our citizens, create an enabling environment for growth, and ultimately raise the standard of living of our people. Mr. Speaker, any person who says otherwise is just ignorant and do not have the interest of the people at heart. This is what differentiates this government from the people who want to be in government. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that government did an excellent job in the first half of 2020. So what we see now is a transition from stabilization to economic empowerment. Mr. Speaker, many of the measures this government implemented are targeted to develop our productive sectors. And by productive sectors, I'm referring to our agriculture, our construction, our manufacturing, our tourism. Mr. Speaker, there's a direct relationship between the productive sectors and overall country growth. So basically, when our productive sectors grow, the country grows as well. And I'm not just saying this. This is also supported by evidence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you permit me to just briefly highlight some key evidence of this. In 2014, Mr. Speaker, Dominica was able to achieve growth of 4.45%. This was highly attributed to growth in tourism and construction, Mr. Speaker. In 2016, we saw a similar trend. We achieved growth of 2.56%. This was led by agriculture. In 2018, Mr. Speaker, construction blossomed, and we saw growth of 2.26%, Mr. Speaker. In 2019, we did an excellent job. We achieved growth of 5.66%. And again, all the productive sectors play important roles in this, Mr. Speaker. So the evidence clearly shows that our productive sectors are the way to go, Mr. Speaker. And this government, we are driven by facts and science and a clear understanding of what is needed. This is why we support the productive sector, Mr. Speaker. This commitment was reflected in measures implemented throughout the financial year, especially in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to just highlight a few measures and estimates in these key sectors. Agriculture, we saw unconditional cash transfers to provide immediate support to crop and livestock farmers. This included the provision of planting material, inputs such as fertilizer, small farming equipment, and animal feed. We saw the increase in acreages and export of fresh produce, and the development of banana and vegetable industries. These support initiatives trickled down into the economy, Mr. Speaker, and touched the lives of not just the beneficiary, but his entire household. And this is what we want, Mr. Speaker, to boost our local economy and to help people earn a livelihood and increase the standard of living. Mr. Speaker, I'm from a farming community, so I understand the importance of agriculture. This is why I'm happy that this government is so committed towards supporting the agriculture sector. In the new fiscal period, we will see a total of $37.1 million pumped into the sector. These funds will aim to further expand crop production to include agroforestry and vegetable and banana industries. This budget is placing great emphasis on building a sustainable fishing sector and also building the required infrastructure to facilitate the sector. Mr. Speaker, we have not forgotten our livestock farmers. $1 million is allocated to support the sector and ensure farmers get the much needed support to increase their output and earn decent livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to ensure food security, especially at a time when the supply chain is faced with so many challenges. Construction. Government has implemented several high-value infrastructural projects which the Public Works Minister have alluded to yesterday. The impact of this project is astronomical, Mr. In this year's budget, we see an allocation of $71.01 million, Mr. Speaker, about 60% of which will be directly linked to the construction sector. This means work for our small contractors, sale for entrepreneurs that offer building materials, rental of heavy equipment, and jobs for our Dominican citizens. In this fiscal period, we will see the improvement of multiple road networks all across Dominica. Mr. Speaker, we can't underestimate the importance of having improved roads. I can highlight numerous benefits of having improved access, such as reducing vehicle operating costs, reducing travel time, and other economic impacts. But most important to this government is the safety of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, you may have driven the Cockman Road recently. This is the kind of infrastructural improvement this government is known for. We will see the improvement of multiple networks, which will truly boost our structural resilience. Mr. Speaker, this year's budget again shows this government's commitment to ensuring that its citizens are able to have affordable shelter. We will see the continuation of government's aggressive housing program. We will see the construction of well over 550 new homes. Mr. Speaker, we should not underestimate the value of comfortable housing and a good night's sleep. Safe, comfortable housing immediately improves a person's quality of life. And this government, being the caring government that it is, continues to invest in ensuring that every Dominican can have a good night's sleep and don't worry about getting wet. Over $117.4 million is allocated to provide decent housing for our citizens. We continue to make progress towards the attainment of our goal of building 5,000 climate-resilient homes. This budget makes an allocation for this, as well as the housing program in the Kalinago territory with funding from the EU, where 50 new homes will be constructed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tourism continues to be one of the sectors with the greatest potential. However, it was one of the hardest hit sectors in the last 6 months. Government is cognizant of this and has allocated $6.3 million in this year's budget to undertake capital investments in the sector. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we all know the value of marketing. Many media houses have identified Dominica as one of the most beautiful countries to visit. And we are not just going to relax and get complacent. While we develop our local tourism product, we will also boost our marketing efforts. Mr. Speaker, this budget allocates $13 million to support that strategy. Mr. Speaker, in order to build a wealthy nation, it is imperative that we make improvements in healthcare. And this commitment is reflected in this budget. Over the last financial year, we saw significant improvements in the provision of primary health care, as well as the efficiency in the delivery of services. This government will further seek to implement online medical services and patient care. Mr. Speaker, this is just testimony of how communication technology can be used to enhance the delivery of services. This government has shown time and time again that it is committed to empowering our young people. And this commitment is further reflected in this year's budget. We are now making it easier for young people of this country to own a piece of land and to build a home. We know that the cost of purchasing land may be a deterrent, so we have reduced the fees on the purchase or transfer of land from 10.5% to 5.5% to make it easier for our people to own homes. Mr. Speaker, this budget provides a facility of $4 million to support small and medium-sized enterprises. There is scientific evidence that a thriving private sector has significant impacts on country growth. And this is why we see it fit to make this facility available to empower our small businesses. The expectation is to support our agro-processors, our vendors, our small contractors, and the catering industry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is part of a 3-year, $30 million program. This budget also touches on the manufacturing sector. The intention is to address key areas that reduce our competitiveness. The cost of packaging and labeling are one of these factors. So what we have done in this new fiscal period is eliminate VAT and import duties on the purchase of packaging items so that the producer can spread the savings across his business and become more competitive. Mr. Speaker, this government will continue to create an enabling environment for small businesses to thrive. We have provided financial support, technical support, and a number of concessions. Mr. Speaker, the development of sports is dear to my heart. This government has ensured that our sporting facilities are upgraded and conducive to resume sport activities. We budgeted $2.3 million towards the infrastructural and lighting upgrade at the Windsor Park Stadium. Mr. Minister, I am certain that you can't wait to see international cricket at the stadium once again. We will develop an avenue with international standards to provide for our athletes. I speak of the National Indoor Sports Complex, Mr. Speaker. $2.5 million will be spent to advance works at this facility. This country is well known for its sportsmen and women, and this government will continue to invest in the future of our athletes. Mr. Speaker, this all-inclusive budget delivered by the Honorable Prime Minister also outlines a number of sustainable initiatives in other critical sectors, such as education, the energy sector, trade, disaster preparedness, environment, and governance. My colleagues will detail these areas. Mr. Speaker, I would like to place on record my commendations to our broadcasters, particularly during this pandemic. I recall instances where persons have indicated to me that they look forward to hearing our regular updates, and these updates help them to remain calm and eliminate all unwanted fears. Mr. Speaker, access to reliable information continues to play a critical role in our development. Key in the delivery of such information is the Government Information Service and the Dominical Broadcasting Services. And some of our staff of these two entities are here with us today, and I don't think that we appreciate the work that they do, Mr. Speaker, and I must commend them for their efforts. Over the last fiscal year, GIS continued to effectively and broadly disseminate information. Mr. Speaker, though still in the genesis of my responsibility of broadcasting, I can already identify with attainment of some of the goals outlined in my ministry strategic plan 2019-2020. GIS nightly news package has become one with high viewership and one which is anticipated for timely, inclusive, accurate information. We continue to undertake live broadcasts and produce shows across social media platforms such as YouTube and Facebook, reaching people not only in Dominica but across the entire globe. The ministry has also introduced several new features to the GIS program menu, to include Insight, which is a weekly program highlighting the implementation of government policies and programs and the work of the government ministries and departments. In Depth is a 15-minute weekly documentary highlighting government projects. In the Studio is a half-an-hour production hosted by Dion Durant, focusing on government's plans, policies, programs, and projects. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we have sought to build the capacity of our staff in the reporting on disasters. We have also achieved the following: training in social media productions, through the British High Commission in Barbados for 2 members of our staff, a 6-week program in public speaking and customer service for 5 of our staff through the University of the West Indies. Staff training in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals through UNESCO in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, in the 2020-2021 budget, we have made allocations for retooling and capacity building of the staff of the GIS, the digital upgrade and modernization of the GIS equipment to include cameras, editing equipment, computers, and lighting, to the tune of $200,000. An additional $141,000 has been allocated for operations and maintenance of the GIS facilities at Bath Estate. These interventions by the government will allow for greater efficiency, higher quality of productions from the GIS department. Our goal, Mr. Speaker, is to achieve high quality and improved content. Mr. Speaker, the Dominica Broadcasting Corporation is approaching a significant milestone, 50 years of existence. Within that time, it has enhanced its reputation as being an information pillar in Dominica and attracts one of the highest listenership. I must commend the station for its significant contribution during the fight against COVID-19. The station aired promos in a variety of languages, covered weekly press briefings from the Ministry of Health, and altered its normal programming to broadcast our required protocols. Mr. Speaker, we will seek to strengthen the station's outside broadcast capabilities while concurrently implementing a Go Green initiative by adopting paperless programming. Now more than ever, we have to embrace connectivity and technology to drive our growth efforts and socio-economic well-being. The ministry responsible for telecommunications have collaborated with multiple stakeholders in ensuring that Dominica is well positioned with the required services our development push warrants. Mr. Speaker, the financial year 2019-2020 brought about many success stories for telecommunications. The initial step in this first involves building a robust and resilient high-capacity fiber network which is connected every government site across the country, including government offices, schools, police, and fire stations. This is just testimony of this government's foresight. The outcome of these significant investments in telecommunication infrastructure is that there are now 224 facilities with access to connectivity, which is inclusive of 70 schools, Mr. Speaker. We are not only interested in ensuring the delivery of public services, we know that in this era, the effects of climate change are becoming more and more prevalent. All aspects of livelihoods are conducted online, and so it has become imperative that efforts be made to ensure island-wide residential connectivity. So even if government is not mandated to provide individual connections, we see it necessary at this time to intervene. And because one of the fundamental principles of this government is that access to broadband should become a basic human right. And as such, failure to provide such service will be treated as a human rights violation. This is what I'll be pursuing at the regional level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have sought to resolve the ongoing issues of internet access in certain communities around Dominica. Through the regulator, a request for proposals was issued to service providers. The regulator has received bids from the service providers, and after review, one has been selected. Further negotiations are ongoing to ensure the optimum value is delivered. We expect to conclude this by July 31st, 2020, and a contract will be awarded immediately after. These communities will form part of our initial drive to ensure island-wide coverage, and I'm happy, as Minister responsible for telecommunications, to see that we can finally end a 3-year absence of broadband service, especially for our friends on the North and the East Coast. Government is fully on board with this venture. Mr. Speaker, as is the case with every policy stance, the required legislative framework is critical to ensure success. Legislation is required not only to protect and ensure our consumers get quality service and value for money, but also it is required to create an enabling environment for our transition into digital domain. Stands to benefit significantly. This component includes the removal of legal and regulatory barriers to innovation, investment, and competition by modernizing the telecoms framework that will create the ideal environment for a transition into a digital space. Mr. Speaker, the communication technology sector is one of the fastest growing sectors. I speak of platforms, applications, devices that we used once a few years ago have now become obsolete. A lot of things have changed and will continue to change, and this warrants an updated legal framework. The current legal framework is 2 decades old, and in my respectful view, this legislation needs updating. So ultimately, Dominica and the other ECTEL member states will repeal the outdated telecommunications framework of 2000 and replace it with a new electronic communications framework, which will comprehensively address a number of pertinent issues. Mr. Speaker, we are in the final stages of drafting this new piece of legislation, and it will be promulgated across all ECTEL member states before the end of the year. What is also welcoming about this new revised EC legislation, Mr. Speaker, is that it will be accompanied with a number of other associated regulations, all of which will safeguard the interests of all Dominican citizens. A few of these regulations will include the roaming services regulation. This piece of regulation will seek to address the issue of exorbitant roaming rates in the region. This is one of the issues that cause many inconveniences while traversing the region, and it is our intention to examine this with the goal of implementing fairer rates. The retail tariff regulation. The service providers must not only grant access, but also make the service affordable. We conducted a very comprehensive study in which the rates charged by the telecommunication providers in Dominica was reviewed, and a strong case was made to modify the tariff regime. Mr. Speaker, this is another burning issue which I believe can be addressed through regulation. Mr. Speaker, there will also be quality of service regulations. In this modern age of technology, where work is done from home using online applications, it would be inconceivable that the internet keeps dropping. An attachment takes forever to download. Time is money, and poor quality of service can translate into significant losses for users. We will also see net neutrality regulations, Mr. Speaker. This is a principle that internet service providers must treat all internet communications equally and not discriminate or charge differently based on the user, the content, website, the platform, the equipment, or even the method of communication. Mr. Speaker, this comprehensive work plan will also support the development of financial services, specifically non-bank digital payment products and services. Leadership will be provided by the ECCB in coordination with the national level financial service regulators. We will also seek to update the Payment System Act and the Money Services Act. A very important aspect of this work plan is cybersecurity and data protection, given this COVID-19 era. We have seen significant traffic online, and a lot of personal information are now being published on the internet. This means greater threats from potential hackers. So we will update and review the protocols and standards for cybersecurity in the region. The ministry responsible for telecommunication has drafted a cybersecurity policy which will fit directly into this regional component. Furthermore, we have commenced a process of zero rating of websites to facilitate everyday citizens. I am sure that we all have heard about the digital currency piloted by the ECCB. Mr. Speaker, the intention is to zero rate such websites so our citizens can use these platforms to conduct transactions at zero cost. This is where we are heading, Mr. Speaker. The opportunities are endless, especially as it relates to fintech. Mr. Speaker, we have successfully implemented mobile number portability, and we are in the advanced stages of approving for fixed number portability. Consumers are now able to keep their current mobile number when switching from one telecommunication service provider to another. This significantly reduces the inconvenience of changing one directory listings, business cards, or outdoor signage. Our aim in the telecommunications sector is to enhance access for all, protect our users, and enhance the capacity of our talent. All these things, Mr. Speaker, have been documented to increase social economic well-being. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with government's policy to develop the telecommunication and information technology sector, government, in collaboration with the government of India, will be restoring and upgrading all services at the ICT Center of Excellence at the Dominica State College. The center will be further upgraded with modern state-of-the-art equipment to facilitate expansion of services to rural communities where satellite center has been established. Full commitment have been received from the Indian government to recommence operations and resume an aggressive push to develop our ICT talent. Mr. Speaker, 165,000 is allocated in this year's budget to rehabilitate and resume operations at the center. Mr. Speaker, government continues to cater for young talent through initiatives such as the development of rural centers, which will complement schools where students and teachers and persons who require access to learning can be accommodated. In addition to the work undertaken at the Grand 4 and La Plaine Smart Centers, government intends to furnish 6 additional smart centers, which will be built in the following locations: the Northeast Comprehensive School, the Cassibur Secondary School, the Kalinago Territory, the Portsmouth Secondary School, the Isaiah Thomas Secondary School, and the Grand Bay Secondary School. 500,000 is allocated in this year's budget for that specific purpose. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to enhance its post-disaster telecommunications mechanisms. We have successfully increased resilient infrastructure, which includes the running of fiber underground, which has many advantages as it pertains to disaster recovery. The vulnerability of the telecommunications sector is visible following Hurricane Maria, when the sector experienced a total of 128.8 million in total damages. So emergency telecommunication systems, such as the use of VSATs or amateur radio systems, are considered the backbone of our post-disaster response and a significant component of making this sector more resilient. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, this government has installed 20 VSATs across Dominica, and an allocation of $200,000 has been made available in this year's budget to procure backup generators to ensure a greater level of infrastructural resilience. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report to this Honorable House that in collaboration with the International Telecommunications Union, government has provided another layer of communications resilience. This is through the installation and deployment of a standalone radio messaging system. This network was officially launched on Friday, June 19, 2020 by the Government of Dominica, with assistance from the technical radio experts at the ITU in conjunction with the engineering staff of the Ministry of Telecommunications. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the government and people of Dominica, I wish to take this opportunity to place on official record government's gratitude to the ITU for partnering with us to develop such an important network in such a critical time. Mr. Speaker, government has also developed an innovative community Wi-Fi network for post-disaster response in coordination with the UNDP and the ODM. This network was officially built and installed in 3 areas: Good Hope, Bellevue Chope, and the ODM. We undertook a pilot where we used satellite-based services to provide Wi-Fi services. From all reports, that went well, and we are now in the monitoring and evaluation phase where we'll make a decision as to how we proceed with this network. Mr. Speaker, so much is happening and will continue to happen all across Dominica. Perhaps I can zoom in to my community, Penville. I am convinced, Mr. Speaker, that the people of this area is some of the most appreciative and supportive people. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to take care of the elderly and vulnerable among us. These are the persons who once made a serious contribution to our growth and development, and it's just fitting that we take the time to take care of these persons through our social programs and the provision of essential services. Government has also completed the rehabilitation of community roads, such as the Gilead-Penville Link Road, while emphasis is also placed on the clearing of farm access roads. We have also developed the agricultural sector through a construction of an irrigation project and the supply of inputs, which will no doubt increase the production of food. Our farmers are very grateful. We continue our aggressive housing interventions. The quality of housing in the area has been dramatically improved, Mr. Speaker. Primary healthcare received a boost with the completion of the healthcare facility at Vickers and Penville, which will be completed in September. Many youths continue to benefit from our scholarship programs to attend universities, Mr. Speaker. This government sees education as a path to prosperity for these youths. The Vickers Multipurpose Resource Center is beginning to transform the entire village, especially the area called Abamago. Mr. Speaker, our NEP is one of the hardest working teams around Dominica, and we will continue to support the NEP. I must commend the various supervisors, Mr. Speaker, and the experience gained by the NEP in various sectors is so valuable. The NEP continues to serve its purpose. A lot is happening in the area, Mr. Speaker. There is an overall development plan for the area. This plan will seek to address the certain areas: the empowerment of youths and women, small business development, the development of our non-traditional sectors such as music and sewing, the enhancement of our sport facilities and the implementation of sports initiatives, increasing employment opportunities. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to the start of the construction of the Tebow Primary School. $250,000 has been allocated in this year's budget to advance this project. I will also like to place on record my sincere gratitude to the government of Dominica, and in particular, one of the hardest working power reps, the hardest working power rep this country has ever seen. Mr. Speaker, before I end, please permit me to acknowledge the hard work done by our first responders, our Ministry of Health, led by a very competent minister and our visionary leader. Over the last few months, we have witnessed excellent leadership. We did such an excellent job, Mr. Speaker, that we were recognized among the top 15 best recovering countries worldwide. That in itself is very commendable. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the Almighty Father for granting me the fortitude for this assignment to which I have fully committed myself. I wish to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for his constant foresight, his wisdom, his guidance, which continue to aspire his team to deliver successfully on the imperatives which we have articulated. I would like to thank my family and my entire community of Penville for the love and the support shown in this short time. To the village councils, the respective village councils, the school principals, the sports teams, the farmers, and especially, I just want to thank everybody for their support. I wish to thank my cabinet colleagues for their collaboration and partnership. To my hardworking and competent team, my permanent secretary, Ms. Gloria Joseph, Director of Telecommunications, Mr. Bennett Thomas, the Director of GIS, Mr. Daryl Titt, the Manager of DBS, Mr. Cecil Joseph, the Chairman of DBS Board, the Chairperson and the Executive Director of the NTRC, Ms. Karen Prevost, and Mr. Craig Nesty, respectively, all the hardworking and committed staff of the Ministry of Telecommunications and Broadcasting, the service providers, all the broadcasters, I say a hearty thank you for your service to this government and to the citizens of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, there is evidence of positive this government is doing. There is evidence that our team is highly competent. There is evidence that our team has far better leadership. There's evidence that our team cares more about people than any political party. There's evidence that Dominicans will have a better future under this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wholeheartedly support this budget as presented by the Honorable Prime Minister.
Okay, member, just one sec. Mr. Bruno, what I would like to happen is I would like him to sanitize before members come to the podium. So we will go to Senator, then we'll go to the Honorable Minister. So he'll be prepared for both of you. No, you'll move across there. Yeah. And ensure that you have the name tag. Yeah, members, what you should allow him to deal with it first, and then you move to the podium. But he's done, I think. Your tag. Yes, yes, you can have your seat still. Yeah, you could take this seat there. Yeah. Senator, Senator, you will take a podium. Senator, proceed. Proceed. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank God for keeping this nation safe and all the prayers of the intercessors that have gone up to intercede on the nation's behalf. We want to say thank God. We were spared Isaiah's, and we hope and pray God that we'll be spared further destruction from this hurricane season. I want to pause to say thank you to the frontline workers, and I want to thank the Minister of Health and his team, and we have always been thanking the Minister of Health and his team yes, we have always been, and all the frontline workers, everybody included, not only the health professionals, but all other security persons and everybody, and the people of Dominica, and who, without the cooperation of the people, you know, we still wouldn't have had the success that we had. But I thank God for the cooperation of our people. I want to say too, thank you to the people of Daly's, the Jean Daly's team. As you know, COVID originated from that area, and the first set of people who contracted COVID was from the Daly's area, we know that, so relax. And a group was formed, Jean Daly's, that really helped and organized while they were in quarantine to assist. So a big thank you to the people. Now, I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I heard yesterday that Mr. Linton, the leader of the opposition, was saying that a number of people would have contracted the disease. But we have always given commendation to all those and to ensure that Dominica weathered the storm. I remember we said we asked for border closure long before we had any cases. And we came out and we spoke to what sort of measures that people should take, and people should be careful. And when you listen to science and you talk about predictions, right, you have the if and then hypothesis, that if we do not take these precautions, then obviously we would have many cases. If you listen to Dr. Fauci in the United States, usually that is what the predictions are saying. It doesn't necessarily mean that we will have those cases. So we have to make all effort, and one case could have had a multiplier effect. So I don't think the leader has anything to apologize for, because he did not disrespect the Dominican public. That's what I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, yesterday and the day before, I heard words and phrases like transformation, bounce back, robust social protection, dynamic Dominica, resilient Dominica, happy residents, satisfied constituents, farmers are happy, and a long list of like words and phrases. And I wondered whether this perfect utopia was Dominica. And I wondered if this is the one that I'm living right now. And we also spoke to stabilization. I heard the Minister of Trade, Commerce, Entrepreneurship, Innovation, Business, and Export Development made a plea justifying the exorbitant and unreasonable rent of $32,000. That we should be happy, since the PM has been working hard after Hurricane Maria and other times and had to get elsewhere. We shouldn't begrudge that. Nobody, I don't think anybody in Dominica, not us on the United Workers' Party side, is saying that the Prime Minister should not have decent housing, like all Dominicans should. But $32,000, are you telling me that the country there is no other alternative? Tell that to the people of Kulibistri, who whenever it rains are in a state of panic. And I'm not certain that all of you agree, I really am not certain. And a counselor or a therapist would tell you that you have to ventilate your feelings. Get it off your chest. Be free. Ventilate your feelings. Ventilate your feelings. A counselor or therapist tells you to ventilate. Yes, that is it. Get it off your chest. Be free. Because a lot of people are suffering on both sides of the aisle. Okay? Listen to the cry of the masses, and people resign this decision. Tell that to the public officer, including nurses, teachers, and many others, whose annual pay is much lower than $32,000. And you want to sit there and tell me that everybody is happy with their lot, that Dominicans are very, very happy people, that their pockets are lined, that they are okay? That's what you sit down there and you want to tell me? And where our people have been recovering from Tropical Storm Erica, Hurricane Maria, and grappling with the further economic hardship posed by COVID-19, Magwesa. And I will say like a quote, where, yes I. Mr. Speaker, I learned, The minister continued to say, credit should be given to this administration for the migration of fish. And we heard archipelagic fishing. And the word, Mr. Speaker, is pelagic fishing. And the thing is, Mr. Speaker, you know what that irked me when I sat there? I had an almost standing ovation. Everybody agreed for archipelagic fishing. And so migrated to the Dominican waters, and they were the ones for the selling price as well. So they determined the selling price. Basic economics, and Mr. Speaker, you will know exactly when I talk about basic economics because you're in the business, that abundance of supply and the prices are automatically reduced, right? Boasting and taking the responsibility that the slump in price is an achievement. Hope that the minister knows that the price slump makes fishers horror, right? The price slump makes fishers horror. So, Mr. Speaker, can I have some peace, please? Thank you very much.
Order, order.
Thank you very much.
Please allow the Honorable Senator to deliver.
I didn't. So we are saying, Mr. Speaker, in essence, that if the price of fish and other commodity increases, then the administration should take credit for that too. Well, you happy when people talking. Now, what I think is important here, Mr. Speaker, that in a season of abundance, what does one do? Where is the storage capacity? And so in time of scarcity, we have fish to supply our people, and our fishers can make a living. Yesterday, we were taking on a visualization exercise. The international airport, visualize a jumbo jet landing and many other those big 767s. The problem with visualization, Mr. Speaker, is the persons who are visualizing see things differently. So the minister may have seen jumbo jet landing, but Bombo jet landing, but we on this side saw many times building of an airport, and it had never come to fruition. So that is what we have been seeing on this side. So that is what happens when you have, relax all you say, when we have a visualization exercise. So the person's watching seeing something differently. Now, where is the airport fund for that? We had the airport fund. We said we were putting monies into an airport fund. And don't sit there and tell me and behave like you all don't know that they were putting money into an airport fund every month. Don't sit there and believe that is so. Right? Okay. Yes, Maria, COVID, all that is all your excuse. Right?
Senator, you said twice.
Because I would like to hear my own voice.
You all, but honorable members or,
yeah, honorable members.
So it can be parliamentary language.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I speak to La Plaine. Emphasis placed on roads, I heard, and I also heard that a road in every constituency. I am happy, I am already being elated that the road from Laron Bridge to Daly's will be in perfect repair because the people have been suffering for a very, 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 very long time. I'm sure many of you have driven. If you've not, I invite you to drive on the road from Laron to Daly's and see the problems that the people are going through. The residents, their vehicle owners, are paying the price. Some La Plaine bus drivers tell you they prefer to go to Kenfield for gas instead of going to Daly's to fill their tank because the road is easier along that side. So, I hope that budgetary allocations have been made for that road and the people in that area can get a relief from the situation that they have been in for so very long. And while I'm on that side, we speak to the Bwetika Bridge, the Bailey Bridge, the temporary Bailey Bridge on the Bwetika Gorge. I looked through the estimates. I kind of put in my glasses because I wanted to see it bigger, to see whether I saw anything relating to a bridge a permanent bridge on the Whittaker Gorge, and I don't think I saw anything. If it is couched in something else, maybe we can know, but I haven't seen it. But this is important for the people in the area. We know the importance. We know whenever there is an adverse event that the people are frightened because they're not sure of the safety of the bridge. Now, I also hear feeder roads, so I'll be happy if you would have feeder roads. You have Belvedere, you have areas in Bois Belvedere Road. One area is done by the BAM, and then we have another one. So I would hope that you have feeder roads for the people in the area. For the farmers that we are saying, the farmers are very happy because everybody who came here, the honorable members are saying that farmers are very, very happy indeed. So we shall see. And the people, immediate attention to be placed to the PD7. There is the PD7 road. As I know, I want to commend Mrs. Singola Blomquist Williams and her team for doing a tremendous job of working on that side of the island, because we know the importance of that road to the people of Dalis and joining the South. Opportunities for the people, for internal trade, tour operators, tourist adventure. I remember there was a look on point on top of the PD7 rail up to Paybush area. So the trip to Roseau would take about 35 minutes. Now the trip to Roseau takes about an hour plus, because you have how many minutes from Dalis to Laron because of the problem of the road. So it's important that this is be given priority, and the people who are helping now, they continue to be helped to ensure that this road is done for the people, for the benefit of the people in that area. And we mentioned the youth and how important the youth is, and we are doing all we can for the young people. And so we come to sports. When you go to Fortom and the playing field, it was graded how many years ago, and it was just left like that. Please, people, please, we are asking for assistance in that area. And then you have the apartment building in that area, and you think of evacuation for the people in case, we're not just preparing for hurricanes, but we're also preparing for fire, because we do not know what adverse event will hit. At any time, you have earthquake, you also have fire. So in case of these adverse events, where does the community, where's the evacuation point? So all these have to be looked at as well. And sports you have the half court in Whittaker as well. And we know there are opportunities for career in sports. And you want our youth to channel their energies into productive ventures. We talk about the health aspect of sports, and access for opportunities in sports as well. So all this is important. If we're talking about a dynamic Dominica, and that is the word that I'm hearing all the time, we hear about resilient Dominica, and before that we heard organic Dominica, and we also hear in hurricane-proof Dominica. I think it's important that we pay attention to those things. We well realize that the renovation of the Whittaker Old School is important, the resource center, which can be used also as a multipurpose center, emergency shelter, and training for TVET, technical vocational education and training for our young people. Because we realized after Hurricane Maria, that was one of the areas that was pinpointed that we lack skills. And if we lack skills, we talk about a training agency for Dominica, because right now we do not have a training agency that can certify people. I know that. I worked in it. So the renovation of that center, we can all agree that the sewing shop does not cut it as an emergency shelter for the people of Whittaker, although the population is not that big. We also have the youth center in Dalis that was used as a hurricane shelter as well, the village council's office and other community, and a community center. This as a library and everything, and this has been left in disrepair. So it's important that these areas are given attention. And I heard, well, I hope it's good news that I heard, really Toloma and, well, Farin, I'm not sure that I heard, but we would like attention to be placed. Marketing is important for our people. I heard the Honorable Minister, and the names of the ministry long, so Mr. Speaker, forgive me if I sometimes tie my tongue. because the Minister of Trade, so can I just say trade, Mr. Speaker? Thank you. The Minister of Trade spoke to, a lot of markets from Antigua down, and he said we do not have enough produce to supply the market. Why? Didn't you do your market research, your market survey to find out what would be needed? So that's my question. And create dynamic Dominica. And we know building capacity is important for our people. I know we have a lot of money, over $35 million, placed on the professional and consultancy services. I would really love to know what goes on in there. I really do not know the details of this, so I suspect we'll get to know in due course. That I hope if it's for consultancy services that many of our people who live on island are contracted to work as consultants. So we need to build capacity. We need to build resiliency. And building resiliency is not just building infrastructure. The people, unless our people is resilient, then our country can never be resilient. And we talk about grateful for all the housing that had gone on in different areas. What was the multiplier effect for those housing structures? What was the economic development for our people? What about employment was created? What percentage? These are things that we need to know. And we also look at a number of areas that need development. I'm listening for the past 2 days, and I'm thinking, well, this is government just coming to office just last year? Because what I'm hearing is for the past, how many years? So many years, Mr. Speaker, what happened? So I am left to wonder exactly what was going through the minds of this administration now that they come with all those plans and a lot of promises, and we hope, but we are not keeping our fingers crossed because most of the times it doesn't come to pass. So we hope that it comes to pass this time. Now, I heard a lot of talk about the environment, climate change, which is important, and under the Green Climate Fund Readiness Project, I saw an amount of 7.1 million, I know this is grant funding, and sourced from Antigua and Barbuda because they were the one to draw down from the Green Climate Fund, and because they have an accredited entity to draw down that fund. So, do we have an accredited entity that can draw down on funds directly, not just secondary? What prevents Dominica, if we do not, what prevents Dominica from directly accessing the funds? Are there legislations that need to be put in place in order to be passed in order to access that funds? What happened to climate change, environment, and natural resource legislation? We had the environmental coordinating unit. I am not sure what has happened to it. I'm not hearing anything about it anymore. And I remember when UNEP in 2010, Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Environmental Program did a National Environmental Summary of the Commonwealth of Dominica and alluded to that in 2010 and identified some of the gaps. And one of the gaps was the toothless ECU that you could, and in order for Dominica to become an organic island, as was articulated in the budget of 2007-2008, and realize sustainable development, then there is need for structural and comprehensive intervention.
Right, that's why we move from a
And so I ask, what has happened to organic Dominica that in the budget of 2007-2008, under the theme, furthering our development responsibility, keeping the nature island, and the Prime Minister pronounced that work is ongoing on organic island agriculture will be expedited. The work aims at producing a 10-year plan of action to establish Dominica as an organic island and a health tourism destination. What happened to that 10-year plan? Establish Dominica as a world-leading organic agricultural products, introduce agricultural practices that will reduce the introduction of harmful substances into rivers and soils and promote sustainable land management. Now, we are well acquainted now with making Dominica the first climate resilient country. I think now, Mr. Speaker, that has now become a cliche. But how does one achieve that feat when the legislative framework to drive the implementation still remains in draft, some of them? And I speak to the comprehensive disaster management legislation. And I speak to the local government reform. Nothing to strengthen the systems in Dominica. I think you all get so excited when we're making our presentation. We talked to the Procurement Act, and I heard something, a new Procurement Act. We talked to Pesticides and Toxic Substances Management Act, Climate Change Policy and Adaptation Plan. Now, we also had, in 2010, when UNEP did that research, I'm not reading. What happened to the National Climate Change Committee? Is it still operational, or was it just assigned to give oversight to the PPCR, the Pilot Project for Climate Resilience? Or was it established to give oversight for all climate projects? And I know CREED was established by an act of parliament. Can you tell us what happened to CREED? What is the status of the Climate Change Policy and Action Plan? Has it been validated? Is the new Ministry of Environment, Rural Modernization, and Kalinago Upliftment too congested, with too many other departments and have little time for environmental management? Now, a UWP government would ensure that climate change is mainstreamed into the development agenda. When you build apartments close to the river, knowing the history of the river when in flood, is that being resilient? Are we making our people more vulnerable than they already are by creating unnecessary risks? Did you have a design criteria for the sewage disposal system for these apartments? And we speak to the area in La Plaine where you have the stench emanating from the sewage system. Resilient Dominica? Organic Dominica? Is that what you all tell us, Mr. Speaker? This health issue needs to be dealt with, or it escalates, and we know when it escalates what happens. Were assessments done for the environmental impact of these developments? And if so, what was the result? Is the document or report available for public scrutiny? Can we go somewhere on the government website and check the EIA for those areas? Right? Or are planning, environmental, and forestry laws circumvented? Let us know. We have the issue of the Lyre River and the hazmat material deposited there, and we saw it, destroying the ecosystem, environmental degradation, impacts on the marine life. We talk about it affecting the economic livelihood of the people, because we know the people down that side, they fishing, titiwi, leading to high levels of unemployment and poverty. Are the quarries being monitored? Who does the monitoring for those quarries? To ensure compliance and ensure that the thrust towards organic, resilient Dominica, and now dynamic Dominica, is not just words on paper, not just promises, but performance. Mr. Speaker, now we come to disaster management. And we are prepared, and we're hearing, are we really prepared? How many shelters do we have? Do we manage disasters only at the recovery level? What about preparation? And preparation is key, we know, to lessen the impact on the lives and property of our people. Mr. Speaker, how equipped is the Office of Disaster Management? What about staffing? And a country that has been so vulnerable to adverse events for the past number of years. And every year it seemed to get more intense. What lessons did we learn? There are best practices that we can learn from. We get technical assistance from Cuba, and they have an acclaimed program. And it accounts for a limited toll on Hurricane Ministerial hit that island in 2001. And it was one of the most powerful storms since 1944. Only 5 Cubans died in that storm. So we can learn, and their civil defense is similar to our NDO or our ODM. So what about the National Disaster Plan? Has it been approved? We have a National Disaster Plan for Dominica. Where is it now? Has it been approved? And this will speak to what happens in the event there is an adverse event that adversely affects Dominica. Well, we hear a lot about the new digital economy. We're hearing a lot about digital economy, and we hope that we have our early morning systems up to par, the management of the EOC, well-equipped emergency shelters, training of our shelter managers, our committees, residents are trained in DRR, disaster risk reduction. And we know whenever something happens or an event happens, Mr. Speaker, whenever an adverse event occurs, the community residents are the first responders. We can say what we want. Because sometimes you do not have access to those communities, and the people living in the communities are the ones to respond. And it may take a while before any help gets into those communities. So it behoves us, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our communities are well prepared. After Hurricane Maria, it took me 3 weeks just to get to my mother. So it's difficult, especially in these areas. We make sure that we equip our people with the requisite skills, with the requisite equipment, enough equipment to be able to respond in the event that there is an adverse event which affects the communities negatively. And we heard talk of the United Workers' Party had not done anything. That is the talk we heard earlier on. Mr. Speaker, we talk about the fully commercialize the agricultural industry, introduction to agriculture in schools, young farmers training program, engineering unit, product development, pack house development, tissue culture facility, and we hear those words like it's the first time we're hearing them in Dominica. These words were there before. The things were happening before. So you come like it's innovative. That's the very first time that this is happening in Dominica. We've never heard that at all. We had them. What happened to them? $1 million in farm investments. And we have access roads, market systems in place, investment in shipping, pack house development, national brand development. These are not new to Dominica. These are not new to Dominica. These things are not new. We've done these things before.
Senator, you have 2 more minutes.
How many more minutes?
2 more minutes.
Oh, I'm just in time, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, so these, as I said, these are not new to Dominica. And it's important that our people out there know that the United Workers' Party was not just there and wasted time. They did a lot of work in Dominica at the time. So listening to this administration telling you that the United Workers' Party did nothing, and then we listen to you 2 decades after you in office, 2 decades, what do you have to show for it? Today you come to the parliament with a budget that doesn't do much for the people, that will not, if you go to the communities now, I encourage you to go to the communities, speak to the people, and listen to what they're telling you, and I'm sure you will hear otherwise than the thing you come here with and tell us that all is well in Dominica. Some people, Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about people in here per se, but some people's pockets are deep. They have no issues. But talk to the people in the various communities and they will tell you how hard things are for them.
83.
You are 18 divided by 3 must be 64. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the people that the United Workers' Party are standing strong. We will fight for the development of this country. And Mr. Speaker, were it something else that really was looking towards some help for our people, I would support it gladly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So my eyes fell on the Honorable Rosalind Paul and the Honorable Shakira Lockhart. So after the Honorable Paul, the Honorable Shakira Lockhart will go.
Mr. Speaker, I stand this morning to endorse the 2020-2021 budget without any reservations. Mr. Speaker, I recall as a young teacher in the 80s and 90s when many people would express anxiety anytime they know that budget is coming up, because people would fear new taxes that would burden them. Today's reality for Dominicans is one where they look forward to budget presentation because more often than not, they will be served with goodies in the budget. And this year, it's no different. Mr. Speaker, this is why the opposition, year after year, especially the opposition leader, comes here and he rambles on. Ika mamote, he's rambling for hours, for 1 hour, for 1 hour and a half, and not offering anything of substance, not placing any realistic ideas on the table. So, Mr. Speaker, how do you oppose a budget like the one presented by the Honorable Prime Minister on Tuesday? Mr. Speaker, once again, the Prime Minister has presented a budget in this Honorable House that we can all be proud of, even in this time of global crisis, even in the face of one of the most devastating pandemics in the world, and which has had, in large measure, brought the world to its knees, impacting every aspect of life and the socioeconomy. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I endorse this budget without reservation. It is a plan that will continue on the trajectory of Dominica becoming the first climate resilient country, the journey of the new dynamic Dominica. The budget makes provision for the productive sectors, aiming to further stimulate the economy, and is also people-centered. It seeks to ease the burden of several groups, more so those in the productive sector, while helping citizens and communities to transition to economic well-being. Once again, the Labour Party administration, this government, our government, has proven that it has what it takes to lead the country in times of crisis. Under the able stewardship of the Honorable Prime Minister, we continue to demonstrate that we put people and country first. Mr. Speaker, we continue to show care and compassion for our people. For example, while we face this crisis, we have been able to make provisions for people who have suffered during the COVID-19 pandemic. This shows care and compassion for people. And at this point, I want to take some time off to extend a great big thank you to all of the frontline workers, to the Ministry of Health and our able Minister of Health, and all of those who have been in the forefront, as I said, of managing this COVID-19. And to also thank the people of Dominica for our success so far in remaining safe from COVID-19. We put our faith in the Almighty Father, who has seen us through so many battles and crises. I say praise and thanks to the Almighty for all the blessings and mercies upon this nation. Mr. Speaker, I want to weigh in on some of the measures that lend support to the budget. Mr. Speaker, the budget provisions are directed toward expansion of the rural economy through significant investments in agriculture. Agriculture received, just for projects, over $37 million. The Agriculture and Livelihoods Project is already having positive impact on farmers. If we are genuine, all of us who come from the rural communities where there are farmers, we will know that they are thankful and they are investing in increased production. This project, the Agriculture and Livelihoods Project, is having a positive impact on production and productivity, on youth interest in agriculture, and the potential for increased exports, import substitution, and ultimately an expansion of the rural economy. The focus on agro-processing is also fundamental to adding value to the supply chain and increasing secondary production and increased income as well. Mr. Speaker, the modern tissue culture plant to be constructed by the People's Republic of China in 1 Mile will certainly advance production in agriculture and will help further diversity of crop cultivation. And we will remain very grateful to the People's Republic of China for their friendship and development assistance. The Ministry of Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship and Innovation received an allocation of $703,000 over $7 million, with over $5 million for projects that seeks to continue to ensure that we meet quality and market standards and propel towards increased exports, especially where we have a competitive advantage. Already, the Minister for Trade has identified several regional niche markets for our produce. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of a unit specifically to focus on finding sustainable markets for our fresh produce and processed goods as well, and aligning these to production is a welcome addition. And it is an important link to increasing commercial activities, returns to farmers, agricultural enterprise, agro-processors in the industry. Mr. Speaker, small business development remains an important focus, an important pillar for Dominica's economy. Evidence suggests that micro and small businesses in Dominica is a main source of livelihood and employs over 60% of the population. This is not lost on our government, and over the years we have been providing technical, financial, and human resource support to MSMEs. Even in the face of COVID-19, as I said earlier, and its adverse effect on the community, the government has made loans and grants available to cushion this subsector. Mr. Speaker, just last week, a staff of the Aid Bank said to me, "Boy, I never knew Dominica had so many small businesses." And you know, when we do the research, when we do the follow-up, they are genuine small businesses. Therefore, the investments that this government has been putting into small businesses has been bringing great returns to the nation, to the people of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, the $13 million to be made available at the Aid Bank to support MSMEs, beginning with an injection of $4 million this year, will extend further development and expansion of the private sector and MSMEs in Dominica. Added to that, there are concessions to benefit agro-processors and manufacturers in terms of better equipping themselves, providing their tools and equipment for labeling and packaging, as well as the concessions for tour operators will also benefit those in such business initiatives. Mr. Speaker, mention must also be made of the tremendous possibilities for innovation that will come about as we implement our projects towards a digital Dominica. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of ICT, in terms of app development, and the likes, and new business ventures that will benefit our young people. So the government, through many areas, through many ministries, through many programs, is really enabling small business and private sector development. The Ministry of Tourism, International Transport, and Marine, the Ministry of Tourism, I'll keep it short, received an allocation of $68 million, over $68 million, with $13 million for marketing, which is very significant. It is a significant investment and is timely as we continue to drive the tourism industry in Dominica. The International Airport, a signature project, will by God's grace commence this year. And we claim it, yes, we claim it in the blessed name of Jesus. Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party administration has always seen the international airport as a necessity, but one which has to be undertaken in a way that minimizes the burden on the nation. The international airport is very important. It is a missing link in the development process and is timely, especially in our holistic development approach of hotel development, upgrading healthcare facilities and services, and strengthening the human capacity, which are key elements to ensuring that when the airport is realized, it is not a white elephant. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be disputed that this is the first time that Dominicans have been enjoying such a pleasant drive around the country. From Roseau to Portsmouth, from Pont Cassé to Douglas Charles, it is smooth sailing. We continue to We continue to invest in the rehabilitation of roads that is resulting in improved road networks, connectivity, mobility, facilitating commerce, realizing savings on vehicle spare parts, and the wear and tear of the vehicles that we all benefit from. And Mr. Speaker, we are moving. We now move to a study for the designs for the rehabilitation of the road from Hatton Garden to Portsmouth. And also, under the DVRP, this year, the Casibros-Kalinago Road to Concord will commence. In terms of housing and urban development, this ministry was allocated $117 million. Our government has really revolutionized housing in Dominica. You do not have to go far. Just look up on the hill at Fonkole. You know, I really wish I had a picture of Fonkole maybe about 15 years ago and to compare the then and now. But those of us who are of that age, we will realize the transformation of communities like Fonkole through our various housing programs. You know, Mr. Speaker, there may be some with memory pool, but some of us do not have memory pool. We do not have short memory, so we remember how places like Fonkole was. And you know, the opposition, I think, sometimes they do not have memory pool, but they deliberately try to forget certain things. And that is why they cannot stand and identify one positive measure in this budget, despite the numerous ones that will have impact on people, the people of Dominica, and on the socio-economy. And I think it is not memory pool when they like to speak about numbers and money. But I want to state that the opposition owes the state probably $600,000 because they have been provided with $2,000 monthly and they've not established offices or operated offices. So, in the last term, I would think there were supposed to be 6 offices. This is 60 months. For 5 years, this would equate to 60 months times 2,000 times 6 offices. Mr. Speaker, do the maths. Mr. Speaker, through our housing programs, we have uplifted the living standards and dignity of our people. With equity in mind, we have implemented the housing initiatives for varying income levels, from low-interest loans at Government Housing Loans Board, through the Government Housing Loans Board, through the Aid Bank, to increase claims. You can make claims for your interest, your mortgage interest, to provide it directly houses to the vulnerable. So the program reaches various income levels in Dominica. So if you are a low-income earning person, a public servant, you can get the benefits at low interest at government housing or at Aid Bank. And this has also driven down the interest rate for mortgage at other financial institutions. So the government's program is not just one program, but it is an equitable development program targeting varying levels of society. And this year, I prefer to remain positive. Yes. And most Dominicans prefer to remain positive, which was very evident by the 18-3 results. So the 117 million is to continue the development of housing all across Dominica. And I dare say to the people of the Pebush constituency that your turn is coming. Oh, yes. now turn attention to my ministry, the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Community Development. Mr. Speaker, the bringing together of sports, culture and community development speak again to the visionary thinking of the Prime Minister. The various divisions of the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Community Development, sports, culture, local government, communication through the postal services are all linked to the sustainable and equitable development of communities and are entrenched in ensuring improved services, affirmative action, and more energized communities. Mr. Speaker, this is why the ministry has adopted an integrated and collaborative approach towards implementing our plans and programs and have been sensitizing our staff, key players, partner agencies, and communities to this thinking of a new dynamic Dominica and putting a few new strategies in place. Again, Mr. Speaker, I endorse my support to the budget 2020-21 against the background of tremendous support given to the portfolio that I am responsible for, together with the understanding of the needs of my constituency. So that is why I have no reservation. The portfolios of sports, culture, and community development must be seen against very important development at the national level of building the world's first climate resilient country, of preparing for regional and international sports competition, of ensuring that we continue to host the best world-renowned music festival in the region. From 2017, the whole world is watching carefully to ensure that we deliver our commitments.
Honorable member, members from both sides of this house have been referring to their notes. Okay? Thank you. Yes, I have ruled on this matter. Both sides are referring to their notes. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, from 2017, the whole world is looking at us when we made the proclamation of Dominica becoming the first climate resilience country. Thus, we must work together to restore sports, village festivals, and community structures to their full strength and play our role in creating a winning environment for a dynamic Dominica, while ensuring that we make a huge contribution to improve the lives of citizens of this country. Our government is committed to the sustainable development goals and to put effective mechanisms in place. Mr. Speaker, restrictions posed by COVID-19 pandemic interrupted the implementation of some of the ministry's program. As you would know, that many of our activities related to sports and culture surrounds bringing people together. And so, because of COVID-19 restrictions, some of the activities were curtailed. Nonetheless, my ministry, we strived on, and we were able to realize a number of achievements. Mr. Speaker, provisions have been made towards continued restoration works at the Windsor Park Sports Stadium, Phase 4, in the amount of $2.3 million. But, Mr. Speaker, much of the work has started, and we were set on target for international cricket this year. And we continue to put things in place. And it is, in fact, I am happy to report that one of the main requirements, which is an electronic scoreboard for international cricket, is here on island. It was purchased at a cost of $600,000 and is awaiting installation. Meantime, the basic works, 2 contracts have been awarded for the works on the base for this installation of the scoreboard. We are also undertaking works on the outfield and on the fencing for the net as well. So even as we speak, we continue to ensure that when international cricket comes around and as scheduled for next year, we will be ready for international cricket. Mr. Speaker, the hard courts were constructed at the forecourt of the Windsor Park Sports Stadium. I am happy to report as well that the equipment, all the equipment for the completion of these hard courts at the Windsor Park Sports Stadium are stored at the Windsor Park Sports Stadium and awaiting the completion of works. $750,000 has been budgeted this year to ensure the completion of these hard courts, and I am sure the parliamentary representative and the young people of Roseau will be elated when this is done by the second quarter of this year. Works on the Massac indoor facility is ongoing, and it's going on pretty well. For the past few years, the Massac hard court became the main facility for national basketball. Mr. Speaker, Dominica has never had an all-weather sports facility. The absence of such a facility has hindered the development of indoor sports, particularly basketball and netball, as well as volleyball. Many such events have had to be cancelled due to inclement weather or wet courts. So therefore, the covering of the Massac hard court or the development of this indoor facility will reduce the frustration and low motivation of our basketballers, netballers, and other players. The covering of such a facility will the covering of this facility will also result in improvement of the standards of play, since our athletes will be exposed to better quality sporting facilities. It will also engender better utilization of resources by both organizers and participating teams. The facility as well in Massac will be a hub, bringing people together for sporting events and therefore creating economic activities for people surrounding these communities. We also have 2 schools within the area, and we hope that the schools will be utilizing this facility for training and for activities as well. Therefore, building the capacity within our young people for great standards in sports. The facility as well will also be utilized for regional competitions. And you know, earlier this year, I met one of the OECS ministers, and he asked me, has that project been completed? I told him, we are continuing with works, and hopefully it should be done soon, because the OECS is looking forward to utilizing this facility for regional games. The National Multipurpose Sports Complex at Stock Farm will commence by December 2020, and the $2.5 million is budgeted this year for this project. The final approval for designs and environment impact report is available, and bids for finalizing the designs are currently being solicited. This is to allow, as I say, commencement by end of the year, by December 2020. The facility will consist of 3 multi-purpose indoor courts for basketball, volleyball, and netball. This is to enable Dominicans to bid for hosting of netball tournaments at the regional, continental, and international levels. A basic requirement for the various age categories is the need for 3 adjacent courts for hosting any tournament. Mr. Speaker, netball is the only all-women sport at which Dominica can participate in at the regional level, and given the continued interest in providing opportunities for women, this multipurpose facility is very welcome and fitting. Additionally, given the increased popularity of netball within the Americas and the increase in activities arranged by the American Federation of Netball Association, it is important that Dominica positions itself to benefit from the many tournaments within the Americas. And for Dominica, it will be a competitive edge so that we can boost our sports tourism with this facility. The facility shall consist of spectator areas. It will consist of support service areas, including athletes' changing rooms, toilet and washrooms, changing rooms for referees and grade officials, staff room, doping control area, first aid area, physiotherapy room, media room, administrative offices, hospitality area, storage, training rooms, and a 10-lane Olympic swimming pool. It will also consist of outdoor courts and areas for parking. Now, in terms of the 15-meter Olympic-sized swimming pool, this will also better position Dominica in terms of hosting regional events. It will allow locals to train on the required conditions and standards to compete at the highest level. Mr. Speaker, a 50-meter pool will again place us at the top of the list in the region. Only Trinidad has a swimming pool for Olympics, and I do not think it is 50-meter size. So, again, we will be the top in the region. And this will provide, again, opportunities for our sports tourism and for filling in our hotels as people come to enjoy the facility. But more importantly, it will be a place for training and events for our people, our young people in Dominica. A number of sports events and programs took place, and I commend the sports division for spearheading and hosting its various programs and events. It's national and regional, both nationally and regionally, which serves to really help our young people, our sportsmen and women, to develop in this area. And this is critical to health and well-being, but also to building career paths for our young people in sports. Dominica hosted the 2019 Windward Islands Schools Games, and this was at a cost of $500,000, with the full cost met by the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica and sponsors like CBN Winlot. So CBN win lot, and most of it was invested by the people, by the government of Dominica. State resources invested in our young people in Dominica. Dominica won the girls basketball at the Windward Island Schools Games. Dominica participated in Windward Island's under-15 cricket tournament, and 3 of our young men were selected to be part of the Windward Islands team. So I commend Steve Pascal, who made it to the team and also was selected as captain of that team. Stephen Pascal, who made it as captain of that team, Windward Islands team. He was selected and also was selected. He was selected to be on that team and also elected as captain. John Vidal, who was also the most valuable player, also made it to the Windward Islands team. And Kind George as well. Dominica was represented as well at the North American Central American and Caribbean Athletic Association Championships in Mexico, and to the point of being corrected, Trinity Hamilton won a silver medal. Tennessee, I don't know. A silver medal in the girls under 18, and Thea Lafont qualified to participate in the Tokyo Olympics in triple jump. I know, again, COVID-19 pandemic has postponed this, but Thea, when it happens, will be representing Dominica. She's qualified to participate in the Olympics triple jump. Dominica hosted the Windward Islands under-19 cricket tournament as well. And the Division of Sports also had its inaugural district netball league, which was delayed during COVID-19, but which continues now. The division, with support from its many partners, also continued to organize a number of national sports championships and events involving the various schools across the island in track and field, football, cricket, netball, volleyball, and table tennis. Again, as I said, these programs help our youth to be fit, to be healthy, to be disciplined, and helps them to build character and career paths. Mr. Speaker, I also commend the Dominica Association, DABA, Dominica Basketball Association, for hosting the Central American and Caribbean Confederation Annual General Assembly earlier this year. It was hosted in Dominica in early March this year, and it brought quite a number of these key stakeholders to our shows, therefore also contributing to more tourists in our country. During COVID-19 restrictions, the sports embarked on a new initiative to provide online physical education and sports sessions through the Ministry of Education learning platforms to primary schools, and as well as they provided some guidelines to the soft reopening of sporting activities as we reopen activities on island. In terms of culture, Mr. Speaker, the Division of Culture continued its programming on cultural development, on festivals and promotions such as having Emancipation Celebration, Carnival, its contribution to Carnival, and Independence Celebration. The division also took on a few new initiatives, especially faced with COVID-19 restrictions. We thank the artists like Carlin XP, Asa Banton, and Triple K, who took the opportunity for online entertainment and demonstrating the need for advancing in the digital world. Mr. Speaker, one of the highlights for the year was Dominica's very successful participation with a 41-member delegation in CARIFESTA 14 held in Trinidad and Tobago from August 16th to 25th, 2019. and they did represent our country very well, promoting our culture, and we can also see that as a marketing tool for our country. The Cultural Division assisted with the staging of Creole Conference in August in collaboration with the University of the West Indies and Dr. Violet Coffey. And these were some of the highlights, but many activities took place. In terms of infrastructural development, ensuring we have the infrastructure for cultural and heritage development, a number of projects are ongoing. The new Old Mill stage was is about 85% complete. The remaining work on this first phase is the wood cladding of the stage and the steel extension over the stage. A provision of $875,000 is also allocated for repair works to the pan house at the Old Mill. So this year's budget provides for further development at the Old Mill. At the end of the year, there was about 50% rehabilitation works at the Arawak House of Culture. The completed works included the entire stage, the wood cladding of the walls and railings, inside repairs to the Arawak, and also we have all of the chairs that are to be installed on island. So all the chairs at the Arawaks are to be replaced, and they are here on island. They have been cleared and will be installed shortly. A provision of $1.5 million is made this year to complete the project. At the all interpretation signs at Old Mill have been installed as part of the Heritage Site Signage project. Special artifacts were mounted for display in the yard of the Old Mill, and the rollers for the crusher were replaced. Repair works and reinforcement of the Old Mill bridge and parapets, and both traditional chimneys. These works, also the wood carving studio porch was repaired. All of these enhancements at the Old Mills will better feature the Old Mill as a heritage site. And this is one of the government's goals, is to promote the various heritage sites around the island. And we as a ministry will be collaborating very closely with the Ministry of Tourism in doing that. The Cultural Division also continued with its training programs. Some of these were undertaken in collaboration with the Adult Education Division. The Dominica Institutes for the Arts, a program of the Cultural Division, continued also its various courses. And this last year, it saw the highest number of registered students. Over 200 students registered with this institute. So in the 7 years of its existence, this is the first time that over 200 students registered for training with that institute. As part of the culture therapy program during COVID-19 lockdown and curfews, the division also promoted uplifting and inspirational online messages for the public during the months of March, April, and May. The division successfully conducted 5 weekly training programs online in various art forms during May and June 2020. The Cultural Division plans to set up 3 arts training centers in 3 districts in Dominica: Portsmouth in the north, for the south in Grand Bay, and Casibros in the east. It is also the plan of the ministry to use community resource centers as a place of engagement where the arts and culture can flourish. Special training programs in folk dance, jingping, music, steel band playing, drumming, keyboard, and guitar will be held in the various districts of Dominica. There will also be need. COVID-19 has shown us that there will also be need for more online training programs and more marketing and promotion of culture and cultural activities online. A special training program will also take place as we seek to enhance costume designs and building. In terms of research and documentation is very, very important for the preservation and promotion of our culture. Mr. Speaker, often I look, for example, the Pebush Cultural Group, we undertook a little assessment in terms of herbs, medicinal herbs in Dominica. And we went to 3 yards of elderly people. And just for a half day, we were able to come up with 80 different herbs and plants that had medicinal and traditional value to Dominica. And when we look at the shelves, many of the teas that we buy, we do have them in Dominica. So it is very, very important to capture the indigenous knowledge, the traditional knowledge and skills of our people, and to document this. So research and documentation will continue through the cultural division. We also hope to bring greater focus to the development of cultural industries in Dominica. We have a great culture, we have great entertainment that we can boast of, but we need to take it a step further and enhance the economic benefits to be had through our cultural industries. And so this year we will be seeking to build our capacity in that regard. There we will also revise the national cultural policy and have some discussions get towards the establishment of a national, we already have the National Cultural Council, but we will try to put in place a sports council for Dominica towards more improvement in sports. The Basic Needs Trust Fund has been implementing significant resources in poverty alleviation and development of communities around the island. The Basic Needs Trust Fund programs encompasses 3 categories: basic community access and drainage, education and human resource development, and water and sanitation systems and enhancement. Ongoing and completed projects under BNTF 7 and 8 are as follows. Under community access and drainage, the Good Hope Resource Center, which is being enhanced as a community resource center and to serve also as a hurricane shelter. This will include repairs to the retaining wall, to the building itself, replacement of windows and doors, upgrade of plumbing and electricals, painting, water storage, and also including solar renewable energy systems, because it's going to be serving. We are thinking and building with resilience in mind. So it will be equipped and furnished. It will be equipped with computer systems as well, computers for education of our young people in that community and surrounding communities. The kitchen will be upgraded and will be given the necessary appliances, and search and rescue equipment will also be made available. This will be at a tune of $296,950 for infrastructure works, and an additional $172,000 for equipment, furniture, and appliances. Under water and sanitation, the Wesley Woodford Hill Marigot water rehabilitation. Major works consisted of pipe laying, cable suspension, bridge systems repair, and rehabilitation of the intake, as well as access to the intake. This project is at a cost of $1.3 million. That's being invested in Wesley Woodford Hill Marigot for water rehabilitation. The Salisbury water supply, and you hear Marigot is included, Salisbury is also included. Salisbury water supply rehabilitation. Major works consisted of construction of new intake, supply and installation of pipelines, and distribution upgrade of site was also undertaken. This is at a cost of over $1.6 million. There's the other project under 7 and 8, La Plaine Water Supply Rehabilitation, with major work consisting of construction of new intake and installation of pipelines. And it is at a cost of over $1.4 million. Again, under Education and Human Resource Development, the Pierre Charles Secondary School Auto Mechanics Upgrade, and this is geared at TVET CVQ certification for our young people, and it is at a cost of $786,851. $786,851. Sansove Primary School rehabilitation. Again, I am sure the pal rep of Cassie Bruce is very happy. Just last week, we were there and handed over supplies and equipment, and this Sansove Primary School was rehabilitated, and the project costed over $600,000. Water and sanitation at Bwetika for the Bwetika water supply rehabilitation.
Honorable member,
yeah?
you have 10 minutes left.
Okay. Works included, give me another time. Give me another 10. Yes.
I beg to move that the minister be given an additional 10 minutes to complete the presentation.
Okay. For the water,
Second, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the honorable member be given an extra 10 minutes to complete their presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. You may continue.
the Bwetika water supply rehabilitation works included a new intake, installation of pipes, etc., and works are at an advanced stage, approximately 90% complete, and the cost is about or just below $1.5 million. So we can do the maths and add all of those figures that have been invested in these projects and that either complete or nearing completion. And that's not all. The BNTF has approved, several projects have been approved that will see implementation shortly. One is the community access and under community access and drainage, the Grand Fond storm drains at a cost of $1.2 million. The Mount Prosper water supplies under water and sanitation at a cost of $1.8 million. And under education and human resource development, the Cassie Bruce Secondary School production facility, again, a program that seeks to help in CSEC and CVQ programs at a cost of $632,000. The Dominica Community High School extension, a new block will be built to also accommodate innovative teaching methods and develop more skill-oriented youth at a cost of $1.26 million. And there's also the extension of the Dominica Association of Persons with Disabilities to upgrade and extend the association's building, their center, and to improve access for people with disabilities, upgrade of the kitchen as well, and to ensure wheelchair access, as I said. And this will be at a cost of $929,000. The Woodford Hill playing field upgrade. So many of the parareps, you have many good things in here. The Woodford Hill playing field upgrade will also take place, and it will be at a cost of $742,000 and will benefit that total community. We are also working for the local government department on a number of initiatives that seek to drive and support the climate resilience agenda. As you know, and as was even spoken about by the Senator Joseph, building resilience also means building resilient households and building resilient communities. So we have a number of projects and programs and strategies that we will either revive or initiate to ensure we have strong communities. So that will be led by the local government department, and already the local government, one of the things we'll be doing is to revive the tidy village competition. So it will provide an incentive for villagers and leaders in the community to push the upkeep of the community and of their homes as well. So we'll reinstate those programs. And already the local government department is working with CREED on what is called Community Emergency Readiness Initiative. And this will ensure that communities can have a level of autonomy up to 15 days following a major event. So the assessments have been done, and things are being put in place with 15 vulnerable communities to better equip and empower them that when a disaster strikes, they can they can remain functional at least within 15 days before seeking for other assistance. So a number of programs will be rolling out and strategies. We continue to sensitize the communities on this new thinking and new ways of doing things and expanding our activities. Much of that will be undertaken in collaboration, as I said earlier, with the Ministry of Tourism, but also with the Ministry of Rural Modernization and Environment, because it involves quite a lot of upkeep of the environment and instilling that sense of pride in people and communities. And the cooperative division continues on its work of reaching out to cooperatives, groups, training and empowerment. And I want to take the opportunity to commend the Post Office for capitalizing on growth opportunities through its initiative, through submission of a proposal and relationship with the UPU, an international organization dealing with post office services. They have been working with the Universal Postal Union to advancing the standard of postal services here and to ensuring or pushing for a postal code of Dominica. And the postal, through the submission of the project and approval of the project, have received $294,000 to advance the postal services. This project includes the bus, handheld scanners, barcode label printers, computers, desks, and other equipment that will make, including cameras, that will improve the safety and will improve the services of the postal post office, General Post Office, and its constituent agencies. So I want to really commend the staff, the management and staff there for being proactive in getting these resources. I want to thank as well all the sports clubs, associations and their leaders, the cultural leaders, the artists, the various organizations, NGOs, and village councils for their effort, for their work that continues to complement the work of the ministry. And I pledge my support and commitment to continue to work, my support and the ministry's support, to continue to work with these key agencies, key stakeholders. I now turn to my constituency. I want to tell my constituents that much provisions have been made in this budget for them, and I want to thank them for their tremendous support to this government, to the Dominican Labour Party, and to myself, returning with a landslide victory. And blows on man, blows on the opponent during the last election, and to tell them we continue to ensure that we represent and provide for them. The Peebush constituency, therefore, continues to receive its fair share of resources, and in this budget, it is no different. In the last financial year, the Kalibishi Sea Defense Wall was constructed at a cost of $6.2 million. And we have a little bit of tidying up work, but it's generally complete. And it sought to address the major edge failure issues and the undermining of the road, which ensures the safety of people within vicinity of the sea defense wall as well as road users. We are also completing the Belmanier retaining wall at a cost of over $300,000, and this project was really timely. Mr. Speaker, when they started the project and I realized what we were driving on, it was just God that was keeping us safe. So this project is very timely, and it makes road users and villagers feel much safer. Another important project was the resurfacing of the Teplat-Belmanier Road and Peebush to Zolivier Road. Everyone, not only in Peebush, but neighboring communities continue to enjoy this road. But one thing, they drive very quickly because the road is really, really smooth, very nice road. All it needs now is to ensure that we do the drainage. But I want to caution them that they need to ensure the safety of themselves and other road users. Over $100,000 was spent for the Interpretation or Tourism Reception Center in Vence, and this is also almost complete. And you know, a lot of people come to Vence, especially going to the Chaudière pool, so we continue to do the work incrementally to boost tourism in this area. And the people of Vence will be happy to know that provision is also made for improving access to the intake to the Vence water intake. And this will also benefit tourism and agriculture because the road leads straight to the Chaudière pool as well. Also on the water resource management, the Kalibishi water supply will be improved. It is budgeted for, and I know the Kalibishi people, this has been, especially Savanpai, this has been an issue for you. So you will be happy to know that we are going to address that issue. The Kalibishi agro-processors will benefit from the cassava producers, especially the cassava producers will benefit from the cassava plant being constructed in Kalibishi as well. We will also benefit from further housing development in the area, the Bois-Mopac area, and we are also pursuing the possibility of land acquisition in Kalibishi for housing development as well. The future folk of Anzime, you also received an ice machine at a cost of $42,000, and the Anzime fisher folk are now putting in place a structure to properly house this machine. The ice machine will serve and benefit all fisher folk within the area as well as neighboring communities. The Anzime Health Center is on stream. This is a great necessity to replace the old structure which was not in proper state for service delivery. So again, the community of Anzime and Vence will be happy or are happy for this development. The new Marigold Hospital also serves Kalibishi, and this means that it will also benefit the community of Kalibishi. The lighting, I want to thank FIFA for its work in sports development, and I want to thank them for the Jennifer playing field. I forget to mention that the ministry will also be undertaking works, and funds have been budgeted in this budget, in this year's budget. Funds have been allocated for the Jennifer continued work on the Jennifer playing field. But I want to thank FIFA for its contribution of $50,000 US and the tremendous work that have already started on the Jennifer playing field. The Collyho playing field will also benefit from the $200,000 allocation for continuing works on the Collyho playing field. FIFA also is going to light 6 playing fields around the island, and that includes Ansdimi. So I want to thank FIFA for its continued contribution to sports, especially football in Dominica. I want to thank all the groups. I have been working very closely with some of the sports groups. We have done tremendous work, myself, in collaboration with the sports club in Pebush, the basketball club, and works will continue. We have resurfaced the court, we have bought modern type equipment for the court. We have started on the relighting of the court, and this is in partnership. The young people have taken leadership role. They have found that they have even been receiving funds by their own efforts to enhance that project. And this is the mode of operation, working with the young people, empowering them to take leadership even while we undertake projects together. This I will emulate across the free communities in my constituency. So I'll also be working with the Benz basketball for advancement for improvements of the hard courts.
Honorable Minister, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, that's enough for me. So as I said, we in the constituency of Pebush is going to benefit tremendously from the budget provisions this year. And as noted, this is something that we do incrementally to bring progress to all the communities in Dominica. We as a government continue to ensure we do national projects that trickles down to every citizen, but we also bring great focus on the development of communities across the country. And this we will continue. And therefore, I want to thank the government of Dominica for its commitment, for its hard work, and especially for the promotion of sports, culture, and community development within the confines of its available resources, and for all the works that it continues to undertake, all the investment it continues to make in the people of Dominica and to benefit my constituents. With these words, Mr. Speaker, no one should challenge this budget. That is why they are all over the place. And all of us should find something good to say about the budget, because when we say something good about the budget, it means we are supporting development that benefits the entire nation. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the 2020-2021 budget. This is my first budget debate, and it is indeed a very important responsibility, for I act not on my behest, but on the behalf of my constituents of Roseau South. Mr. Speaker, Roseau South is in safe hands. We are now making the news for doing positive things and not the negative things. Progressive representation is in full effect, Mr. Speaker, in Roseau South. The 2020-2021 budget, which I have a reason to support, is being debated within an extraordinary global environment, which the modernized world had never once experienced. The new normal is indeed a global abnormality, which poses significant challenges for small developing island states, but yet it opens the door to creative thinking and new opportunities. A world where a mask once a symbol of fear and criminality has been transformed into a gear of absolute security. Mr. Speaker, we listened with deep interest to the remarkable plans of this Dominican Labour Party government. The government's intent was so eloquently articulated by our transformational and inspirational Prime Minister, the Lion from Itassi. One of the main highlights of this year's budget presentation is the remarkable progress that has been made in regards to the international airport. It is coming, Mr. Speaker, whether they want to hear it or not, whether they like it or not. The international airport, by the grace of God, Mr. Speaker, will be built. And while I'm on port, let me take this opportunity to thank Mr. Benoit Badwil, the CEO, and his management team and staff for ensuring the smooth running of the ports of entry during this COVID-19 pandemic, especially now that the Douglas Charles Airport is open to commercial flights, and for ensuring that all necessary equipment was purchased and installed to ensure that all protocols are adhered to. Mr. Speaker, let me now pay attention to the voters and residents of the Roseau South constituency. I must commend you for your continued increasing show of solidarity, deepened love, honesty, patience, loyalty, and industry. Due to the diverse nature of this region, means that to foster its advancement, there has to be an unrushed and sober, objective, voluntary marriage of pragmatic ideas, massive, strategic, equitable, systematic injection of resources across needy sectors. Mr. Speaker, herein lies a skeleton outline of some of my many plans, immediate, medium, and long-term, some of which are directly and implicitly reflected in this year's budget. In the area of housing, Mr. Speaker, 43 apartment units will be built at Girondel for the constituents of Roseau South. And this is expected to begin in this fiscal year. 10 pre-Conco housing will also be built at Charlotte Valley Estate in Newtown and 30 in Bath Estate. Mr. Speaker, in 2019-2020, $9.4 million was spent in the Roseau South constituency for housing. 681 constituents benefited. Mr. Speaker, we as a government will continue to assist the residents in Roseau South with their housing needs. In my unrelenting pursuit to revolutionize the infrastructure in Roseau South and environs, one of the challenges is the high incidence of abandoned properties. It is imperative that these properties be brought under productive use. Our government, through this budget, has introduced 2 pivotal programs that can be used to accelerate the structural renaissance of Roseau South. 1, the reduction in land property transfer fees for both buyer and seller. Introduction of the property tax. Mr. Speaker, the 2011 National Census unearthed invaluable data on the nature of idle properties in Roseau South, while some regions in Roseau South are amongst the most structurally appealing in Dominica. There are others that are embarrassingly unsightly. This state of affairs is untenable and must be changed in this new era, Mr. Speaker. Infrastructure. The carrying out of a major feasibility study to consider the possibility of constructing the Newtown bypass and sea defense wall. Mr. Speaker, this bypass, I am sure, will ease the traffic congestion in the entire south of Dominica. The construction of the modern Newtown Health Center. I will repeat, the construction of the modern Newtown Health Center. Mr. Speaker, the operatives of the opposition has been saying that this health center will not be built in Newtown. But I hope they're listening, Mr. Speaker, because work on this Newtown Health Center will commence in September of 2020. The Newtown community has waited patiently, and our moment has come. Budgetary provisions has been made, and we say a big thank you. Massive road rehabilitation programs. Again, Mr. Speaker, this budget remains to be Roseau South friendly. The Lubia to Bagatelle Road is on its way. The Wallhouse Main Road was recently rehabilitated, Mr. Speaker. The Newtown Sidewalk project from Suki all the way to the Fortune Junction. This is scheduled to begin within the first quarter of this financial year. In 2019-2020, $7.3 million was spent on road rehabilitation works in Roseau South, Mr. Speaker. And I will give you some roads that were done during that period. The Castle Comfort to Girondale Back Road, $5.9 million. The Clark Access Road, $447,000. The Walhouse Road, $593,000, Mr. Speaker. But we are not finished. We know that we have a lot more roads to be rehabilitated in Roseau South. But under the Community Road Enhancement Project, other road projects will be undertaken around this constituency. Mr. Speaker, the Bath Estate to Emsall Link Bridge forms part of the estimates for 2020-2021. The bridge is estimated at a cost of $10 million. I want to assure the residents of Emsall that this bridge will be done. Discussions will be held with you, the residents of Emsall, post this budget discussion. Mr. Speaker, a colleague said to me, if he was living in Newtown, he would not have voted for me because of the state of the Newtown public convenience. But Mr. Speaker, I'm here today to tell the residents of Newtown that the public convenience, the new public convenience, will commence in the second quarter of this fiscal year. The Newtown Community Center plans are on the way to renovate the Newtown Community Center, Mr. Speaker, and we are awaiting designs and estimates for this project. In the area of sports, renovation of all sporting facilities, relighting of the Mecca, the Harlem, Newtown, Savannah, and I'd like to thank FIFA. I met with the president of the DFA, and he assured me that works will begin on the lighting sometime in August, Mr. Speaker, and this will cost $200,000. I want to thank the government of Dominica for facilitating this process. The redevelopment of the Loubier, Girondale, and Eggleston, Kings Hill playing fields. The Girondale Pavilion, which commenced a few years ago, will be completed. Mr. Speaker, the development of a modernized basketball court in Bath Estate. Mr. Speaker, this basketball court cost $312,000, but we intend to take a phased approach to building this basketball court. And I am pleased to tell the people, especially the young men of Bath Estate, who normally goes to the Bath Road basketball court and sometimes at Goodwill to play basketball, that works will commence on the modernized Bath Estate basketball court next week, Monday, Mr. Speaker. Half court at Kings Hill, and the covering of the Kings Hill Community Center will commence in the first quarter of this financial year. The reintroduction of local sporting leagues in each district. Mr. Speaker, the first agricultural maize will be in the community of Newtown, and we have gotten the approval from the Minister of Finance to commence this project. This project will entail the planting of different crops, cane, passion fruits, cocoa, Mr. Speaker, and we intend to start this project in the first year of this budget. Mr. Speaker, I don't like to boast, but when we talk about backyard farming, we think of Girodale and Eggleston, Mr. Speaker. If you go, you visit any resident, any household in Girodale, you will find a backyard farm. Mr. Speaker, we took advantage of the backyard farming program from the Ministry of Agriculture, and we use this program in non-traditional farming areas, in Newtown, in Bath Estate, in Kingshill. And many of the young people have already started harvesting their crops, Mr. Speaker. And I can call some names. Young Ismani John Baptist, Hugo Riley, Joel Louisa. These people would have never even dreamt of going into agriculture, Mr. Speaker. And right now, they're there. $120 bags of fertilizer was distributed throughout the Roseau South constituency to farmers. So the Ministry of Agriculture has been assisting farmers, and I can attest to that, Mr. Speaker, for Roseau South. Farmers like Colbert Graham, Rose Nelson, and Mr. and Mrs. Goddard received fertilizers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard the Minister of Trade a few days ago speaking about the deceptive ways of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. And they're trying the same thing in the Roseau South constituency. Mr. Speaker, my preoccupation is to assist in all sectors and to ensure that the people of the Roseau South constituency receive the fair share, Mr. Speaker. So when you go and you tell, and I hope the fishermen and the fisher folks in Newtown, they're listening, and you tell them, do not take anything from their pal rep, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, when I tell the people of Newtown that they're going to get something, they get it. So the storage container, Mr. Speaker, that they do not want to see in the Fisheries Cooperative is already on island, Mr. Speaker. And this costs $36,000. So we heard the Minister of Trade speak about so much fish, plenty fish. If you go, you start Newtown, you have fish. In the center of Newtown, there is fish. In the end of Newtown, there is fish, Mr. Speaker. And we must provide the storage for the fishermen of Newtown and the environs, and they will get their storage. Mr. Speaker, I heard the Senator, what's her name? Francisca, trying to play smart, Mr. Speaker.
No, Honorable Parliament.
Withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
But I want to correct her. If the price of fish, Mr. Speaker, is lower, this means that the people will buy more. Hence, the fishermen will make more money. Basic supply and demand, Mr. Speaker, basic. And these fishermen, did not pay for their boat, Mr. Speaker. They did not pay for their engines, Mr. Speaker. Cost of fuel is at an all-time low, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Roseau South, we'll continue to provide the fishermen with the necessary equipment, the training, and resources that they need. The Newtown Fisheries Cooperative was recently renovated, Mr. Speaker. There are new coolers in there, new ice-making machine, generator, and even a fish smoker, Mr. Speaker. Six young people were trained, including a young woman, to learn how to smoke fish, Mr. Speaker, from Citron and Newtown and Fortney. Mr. Speaker, I'm known to be the ground pal rep. I went on the ground, spoke to the fishermen, found out what their needs are. They spoke to me about the Newtown jetty. I told them, give me 5 days. It took me 2. I renovated the jetty, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education was under attack. Can I use that word, Mr. Speaker? Was under attack yesterday from teacher Senator John Finn. I listened attentively while she gave her presentation. Lots of anger, hate. I'm not too sure if she was, not sure. Senator, sorry.
Okay.
The senator spoke about protocols at school. But, Mr. Speaker, we have the best Minister of Education that we can find. And she's way ahead, Mr. Speaker, because we dealt with that. We passed this in cabinet already, and it's in full effect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are some people who want to be pal reps. But let me remind them that Minister Octavia Alfred, the one and only parliamentary representative for the Cassibus constituency, will be there in the next 5 years, and in the next 5 years, Mr. Speaker. She spoke about getting equipment, tablets, laptops for school children and teachers. But, Mr. Speaker, we have been there, done that. We're still doing that, Mr. Speaker. It was this Dominican Labour Party government who provided tablets for primary school children, secondary school children, and even students at the Dominica State College.
Six more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honorable Shakira Hippolyte be granted an additional 10 minutes to complete her contribution to this year's budget debate.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Shakira Lockhart Hippolyte gets an additional 10 more minutes to complete her presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, it amazes me, all of a sudden,
the UWP opposition cares about the NEP program, the housing program, the rapid response program, the Yes We Care program, the 70 and over program, all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker. And they like to ask questions. This morning they asked a barrage of questions. But I want to ask Senator John Finn, how many homes have you renovated in the Cassie Bruce constituency? How many homes have you built in the Cassie Bruce? Name one. You do not have to be the PAL rep to assist people. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I was not a PAL rep. I was not affiliated to the Dominican Labour Party government, and I mobilized trucks and people and got the places of Newtown, Kings Hill, Bath Estate clean, Mr. Speaker. And you want to be PAL rep? You want to be PAL rep? You cannot be no PAL rep. You cannot be no PAL rep. Mr. Speaker, a little debris.
Order in this house.
Mr.
Order.
Speaker,
yes.
A little debris that is by the Cassie Bruce, the apartments. I am sure Senator John Finn is getting free salaries. Pension. Free salaries, a parliamentary salary, pension from government, pension from Social Security, and she cannot pay a bobcat, Mr. Speaker, and to help us to clear it, and you want to be PAL rep, you want to be PAL rep, you cannot be no PAL rep of no constituency, not in this lifetime or in your next lifetime. Mr. Speaker, there is a talk about NEP not getting paid or will not be paid. The last time I checked, Mr. Speaker, July has 31 days. 31 days and the month haven't ended, Mr. Speaker. There was talk about the NEP being reduced, Mr. Speaker. But it has to be reduced because the NEP interns are being absorbed in the government system and in the private sector, Mr. Speaker. In 2019, Mr. Speaker, let me get back to my constituency. In 2019-2020, 77,700 was spent on education to assist the children in the Roseau South constituency with school books and supplies. This year will be no exception, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the principals of the, you don't know me, Auntie, you don't know me, Auntie. You don't know me, Auntie. You may be living on Gilligan Island, not Dominica. Miss Brenda Coffey, Miss Anita Williams, and Sarah Abraham, Mr. Speaker, and to congratulate these principals. Because when I visited these schools during the COVID-19 pandemic, these principals were hard at work, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that their children got the necessary education and knowledge that they needed to sit the national assessment exams, Mr. Speaker. So I want to congratulate these principals. They did an excellent job. Mr. Speaker, due to the limited time that I have, and you may seem that my shopping list is exhaustive, but I am both a realist and a passionate optimist. It has been tried, tested, and proven that when we say we are going to do something, Mr. Speaker, we get it done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a visionary one, forward-thinking, and a leap of faith budget. This budget reminds me of our leader, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, and the Dominican Labour Party government. Same features and characteristics. Mr. Speaker, this government is working relentlessly in its efforts to build in dynamic Dominica. Unlike the other side, who is bent on destruction and misleading the people of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, I heard earlier, surname? Senator Joseph Francisca, sorry, name not staying, can't have to help me with that one. Speak about I don't know what money do them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they might have to go in the blessing circle, I suspect, Mr. Speaker. Don't know what money do them. But I want to remind them, Mr. Speaker, that in 1995 to 2000, 4.5 years, the people of Dominica entrusted the UWP with their votes, and what did they do? They crumbled the economy. And we have to thank the late Rosie Douglas, the late Pierre Charles, and our now Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit from taking us under the rumble, Mr. Speaker, and bringing us back up. Mr. Speaker, we have to be real. Imagine a young man just started working. He wants to buy a vehicle. He starts saving a little $500, putting it aside. Lo and behold, something happens. He has to use that money to deal with whatever it is that has happened to him. The Honorable Prime Minister is saving money for the international airport. But who could have foreseen Tropical Storm Erica? Who could have foreseen Hurricane Maria? Who could have foreseen COVID-19, Mr. Speaker? But, Mr. Speaker, their aim is to mislead the people of this country. In ending, Mr. Speaker, let it be said here, let it be said now, that the rugged and majestic beauty of the Dominican landscape is equal by the profound tenacity and indomitable nature of the Dominican people. Who shall all prosper, Mr. Speaker? Who shall not retreat, Mr. Speaker? Who shall not surrender, Mr. Speaker? Who shall definitely not be moved, Mr. Speaker? I give my uncompromising support to this budget.
Mr. Speaker, at this point I move that the Honourable House be stood down until 3 p.m. this afternoon. Suspended until 3 p.m. this afternoon.
Seconded, Madam Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that this House be suspended until 3 p.m. this afternoon. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The House stands suspended up to 3 p.m. this afternoon.
Mr. Speaker.